Hello, my name is the man who paints the rocks. I come from the village where the serpents are painted on the rocks. I'm from the Pikefish clan, and I live at Nipiajwapan, which means Thunder Mountain, and I'm really happy to be able to speak with you. I started my tattoo journey quite a few years ago. I remember seeing my grandmother and others in my village that had a dot, a little circle tattooed inside of their arm. My grandmother called it Ojasuni, which meant a medicine mark. Apparently they were tattooed when they were younger to protect themselves from anything that was going to happen to them. And so the tattoo was a symbol of protection and strength. And so that was my very first kind of experience into it. And as I got older, I became so fascinated with Ojibwe symbolism and what that meant. My Anishinaabe name was an Afghan It means the man who paints the rocks. And so part of that learning of trying to understand what my name was is to learn the symbolism. And that kind of led from learning about pictogram symbology to Ojibwe pictography on birchbark scrolls. And then, of course, it led into the traditional markings of tattooing. In our language, we call it Ojasuit. And it's such a fascinating topic because when you just even look at the word Ojasuit, it means the power of blue or green, which is the color of the tattoos. And there's also a tree culture, the color of the tattoos. Are made from sacred fires. These fires are connected directly to the power of the sun. We believe all the fires are connected to the sun. And that when we take these coals and we make the soot out of them and make ink, that we're taking the power of the sun and we're putting it directly into our bodies and into our skin. And the sun doesn't take a step back. The sun just rises and it keeps going forward. And so tattoos are a symbol of moving forward with strength and integrity and dignity. The symbology that people use for tattoos are very personal and they're very sacred to them. I have 17 tattoos on my body. And in the Ojibwe language, we'd call that Musanin. I have what's called the Musanin. I have a sacred story that was painted on my body forever. I have 3 thunderbirds shooting down the bottom of my face. They're on my right side, starting from my hairline all the way down to my cheekbone. And these thunderbirds are coming down. And then on my body, I have a great thunderbird that's, casting lightning. There's lightning on my body. And there's also serpents that are climbing up. And so there's a collage of images on my body that are directly related to the story. It's a story that I learned when I was young. It's a prophecy story that connects the past into the future. You know, I really believe in that story because my father was very, very big on sharing that story with me many times. And it's a story of the Thunderbirds and the Serpents and the battle that they had, and how these baby Thunderbirds are going to hatch in the future and help cleanse the earth. And so it was a very, very beautiful story about how our people are going to be going back to the land and returning back to the old way of life. And so it was through dreams and those types of things where I was kind of guided to the process of getting these tattoos. Tattoos are really cool because they create space for our ceremonies that normally wouldn't be there. And so the sacred story that's on my body, that has been permanently painted on my body, it's given me a path. It's given me a way of life. It's given me something to look forward to. For me, it's a spiritual journey. It all has to do with spirit. And the spirit of those markings, of those pictures, are alive. You know, so we feast, we put plates of food in the bush for our symbols that are on our body, to nourish them, to keep them fed, to acknowledge them, so that these birds will always fly high. They'll always fly proud. And when people look at me, well, they're going to know. That's one serious Indian right there. For years and years, our stories were banned. They were outlawed because our stories were always revolutionary. They were always about going back to the land and reclaiming our spot back in our territories where we come from. Our stories were always about hope and about, you know, reclaiming who we are as Indigenous people and remaining on that sacred path. And because there was such a removal of this knowledge on purpose by the Canadian government, it feels good to actually wear this on our bodies. And it's just a beautiful feeling to walk into society to say, hey, I'm Indigenous. I have Indigenous tattoos. Look, they tell a story. We're still here. We survived. Our story survived. And guess what? Our kids are going to survive too.
Isaac Murdoch is from Serpent River First Nation. We reached him in Dinky Ajibakong, a cultural revitalization camp north of Elliott Lake, Ontario. You can see his tattoos and others on our website, cbc.ca/unreserved. You're listening to Unreserved on CBC Radio 1, Sirius XM, and Native Voice 1. Today, inking your cultural history on your skin. Coming up on Unreserved, you'll meet Aidan Corey, an Innu who learns the hand-poke style of tattooing and then applied some to their own face. Taking us there, Kelly Fraser was an Inuk singer-songwriter from Igloolik, Nunavut. Her powerful music combines Inuktitut and pop. Here's Kelly with Fight for the Rights.
Fight for the rights of our people. Fight for the rights of our people. For our people, for our future people. Una nilvi atu ila nilvi lak to me. Una nilvi atu ila nilvi lak to me. Whoa. Ila nilvagu. Sivuli nilvagu. Sumununa nilvagu niwatagera twakida sumu. Sema kuna yuri madawo. Nirwala kudimina niwo. abaluti ni waluti. Sana ino kayo na ino siliman unabu. Ami tunikam ni tamani leftu. Tumuha sa mata tukiting ilanga. Hay magumangilang sumukay may lakamata. Kingulibu sukarak tuwi. Fight for the rights of our people. Fight for the rights of our people. For our people, for our future people. Fight for the rights of our people. Fight for the rights of our people. For our people, for our future people.
That's Kelly Fraser, who tragically passed in 2019, but her strong voice and spirit remain. This is Unreserved on CBC Radio 1, Sirius XM and Native Voice 1. I'm Rosanna Deerchuk. Today we're talking to Indigenous people who have led the fight to reclaim traditional tattoos. Before the pandemic, when Aidan Corey looked in the mirror, the young Inuk saw big brown eyes and lightly freckled skin, except for a straight line down the middle of their chin. A traditional Inuit tattoo, or tumeet. Today, Aidan sees V-shaped lines down their forehead, pointing to just between their eyebrows, 2 lines over the bridge of their nose, and a dotted line across each cheek. These are tattoos traditionally worn by Inuit women, and many, like former Nunavut MP Mumulakagak, are reclaiming the ancient tradition. Aidan embodies that resurgence. Welcome, Aidan.
Thank you.
Now, Aidan, let's talk about your beautiful tattoo that you gave yourself on your visage, darling, your visage, your face. Tell me the story behind that, because it's quite extraordinary.
Yeah, so I was in my home community and I had just started my traditional tattooing journey for myself, the learning process, and I had received my chin tattoo prior to all of this, and had seen an impact that had on my life and felt that I was ready for maybe even something more. I felt kind of at a crossroads within my life. I had just kind of gone through a breakup and I was figuring myself out on this gender journey that I was on, and it was just this moment where I felt like I could use something to support all of that, and I felt that with all that I knew about tattooing, and that could be the strength that I needed to kind of get through that crossroads. And so I sat at my parents' dining room table and I had all my supplies and I had a mirror set up in front of me, and I did my traditional forehead tattoo. It was almost as if the outside world, like I was kind of baffled that the people around me walking back and forth through the kitchen and stuff like that weren't necessarily experiencing the same thing that I was, in the sense that I felt like my life was changing as I was doing this tattoo a little bit, and everything felt normal for everyone else, I'm sure, but it was very much a momentous occasion, I believe.
Yeah. Take me to that moment. What were you feeling? What kind of emotions were you going through?
Because it was the first face tattoo that I had done on myself, I was nervous, but I think those nerves were kind of overshadowed by this feeling of like strong empowerment. With each of my tattoos, I have always felt that I'm kind of coming home to myself and learning more about myself. And I think that's what it felt like when I was doing this tattoo, was like I was getting back another piece that I felt had been missing.
Coming home to yourself, that is a really powerful way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Coming home to yourself. I just want to sit with that moment for a second. I love it. Can you describe the process of getting or giving, or, an Inuit tattoo? What kind of technique is involved?
So the technique that I use is called hand poking. So you just use a tattoo needle, like a singular tattoo needle, and you essentially hand poke it into the skin, use over many layers to make the design stand out. And it's not a painful process, it is a very lengthy process though.
Are you sure, Aiden? I feel like it would hurt to poke yourself in the face with a tiny needle.
It's actually not as bad as I was expecting it to be. Because of the length of the process, it does get a little bit, it does start to hurt a little bit towards the end. And it also depends on where the tattoo is going. I know in several of the tattoos I've done, some people have been like, oh, this is painful, and but others have been like, oh, this is nothing, depending on the spots they're getting it done.
Yeah. Did you have any reservations about getting them? I mean, it's the first time it's on your visage, right? It's right there, so that might seem like a bold move to some.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it in the moment, or at least prior to the moment. There was definitely some, not hesitation necessarily, but there was some worries, I think, that were there, just because of the history of tattoos being banned and then kind of not ever seeing them after that. For me personally anyways, it did feel like a very big move, and I was worried about how it would impact like things like getting a job or living down south and around people who weren't necessarily familiar with my culture.
Yeah,
there definitely was some factors at play there that I was worried about, but I didn't necessarily let that stop me, you know?
Can you tell the audience, for those that don't know, myself included, what is the cultural significance of these markings?
So traditionally, Inuit women would receive tattoos for many different reasons. Some were for beauty purposes, others were to mark accomplishments. There was plenty of reasons for why traditionally we did it, and I think now the significance of receiving our traditional tattoos now is kind of like an act of bodily sovereignty. And what I mean when I say that is, for so long, through the process of colonization, we weren't allowed to be fully ourselves. And I think reclaiming that is a very important thing to do, and I believe through reclaiming our traditional tattoos, we are also doing that.
Yeah. And when you say you weren't allowed to do it, what disrupted that practice? What do you mean by you weren't allowed?
So through the process of assimilation into Christianity, we essentially, as Inuit, weren't allowed to practice our tattooing because it was banned. It was thought of as evil by the missionaries, and it became somewhat of a hidden practice. So the women who did have their tattoos obviously kept them, but it became kind of an underground practice because it was banned.
Yeah. And that might be surprising to some people to hear. You grew up in Cambridge Bay, Nunavut. How often did you see people with traditional Inuit tattoos?
Not ever, to be honest, until the Tattoo Revitalization Project started. I don't think I had ever seen anyone with traditional tattoos until that moment.
The Inuit Tattoo Revitalization Project was started by Hobak Johnson, an Inuk from Nunavut, about 6 years ago. She noticed the ancient art was on the verge of being erased completely. So she quickly learned the technique of hand poke and set out to revive the tradition. Hobak traveled to communities across the north and visited schools to teach children about the tattoo's cultural significance. She also invited Inuit women to gather and receive their ancestral markings, many for the first time. Aiden attended one of those events in Cambridge Bay, Nunavut, back in 2016.
When I went in to receive my tattoo, it was like walking into another world almost. There was a bunch of women in the space that were also receiving their tattoos. There was an elder drum dancing, and there was like traditional music playing, and there was even like a traditional, I guess, tent in there in the space that they were using to tattoo in as well. And that was actually where I received my tattoo, was within the tent. And it was just a very like incredibly special moment.
You also have a personal connection to traditional tattoo. You know someone in your family who has one. Can you tell me about her?
Yeah, of course. So it was said that my great great grandmother Ubilo, who I'm named after, also had her chin tattooed, which is part of the reason why I got my chin tattooed as well. It's believed in Inuit culture that the people we are named after we take on parts of that person. Then I thought it would be very fitting to receive a tattoo that my namesake had also had.
Mm. So you got a tattoo on your chin that mirrored your great great grandmother?
Yeah, exactly.
That's so cool. I love that. And what about your decision to pass on those beautiful gifts on for others? Why did you want to pick it up and then pass it on?
In my own personal life, I've always had some struggles with my mental health, with connecting to my community, even in some ways, because of those struggles with my mental health. And I believe that trauma is not an individualistic thing. It's a very collective thing within our communities. And by helping to heal yourself, you're also, to some degree, helping to heal others. And I think that's really important on our process towards healing from intergenerational trauma.
That's interesting. What do you mean by that? How does tattooing heal you from intergenerational trauma?
Intergenerational trauma is tricky in the sense that it often makes us feel as if we are not whole as ourselves. And I think through the process of traditional tattooing, it's, again, this act of bodily sovereignty, where it's saying, this is me, this is who I am, this is my body, I am Inuk. And that's a healing process for sure.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily just a process of getting the tattoo, it's a process of like listening to these people's stories and letting them talk about these things and letting them express how they feel. And so it's not just necessarily the process of tattooing itself, it's this process of kind of moving forward into life with a new perspective, or at least with a little less baggage than before, I'd like to think.
Now, your tattoo journey has taken you from seeing hardly any growing up to seeing this real resurgence and being part of it. Where do you think it will go?
I'm not really sure. The future of traditional Inuit tattooing, I'd say, is mainly, for me, about normalizing our culture within our communities, but also normalizing it within the outside world as well, because I think there's so many people that don't even really know too much about Indigenous cultures, but Inuit specifically. I remember growing up having to kind of explain what it meant to be Inuit to people who didn't necessarily know anything about us.
Yeah.
So I think, there's this process of normalizing it for ourselves, but also normalizing our culture within the outer world as well.
And that, my dear, is called decolonization.
Exactly.
Well, thank you for spending this time with me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for having me.
Aidan Corey is a newly skilled Inuit tattoo artist from Nunavut. That's all our time this week. This episode was produced by Kate Adak, Aaron Knoll, Kim Kasher, Laura Bone Stubing, and me, Rosanna Deerchild. I'm your favorite cousin, coming at you from Winnipeg, Treaty 1 territory. Kinaskanamit Naui, I will say.
This is CBC Radio 1, 88.1 FM and 690 AM in Vancouver.
Hey, I'm Samara Kendacker, and I grew up at the intersection of a bunch of different cultures. And that gave me a deep appreciation of other places and an understanding of how connected we all are. That's why we called our new podcast, Nothing is Foreign. This is world news that recognizes we're all part of a global community, a series for people who want the view from the ground. Nothing is Foreign comes out every Friday. Find it on CBC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
Elsa Schunison noticed an upsetting trend on TikTok. Conspiracy theories claiming Helen Keller was a fraud. Like Keller, Elsa is both an author and deaf and blind. So she decided to dig deeper into Keller's life. Her findings on podcast playlist. Coming up after the news.
This is CBC News. Good afternoon. I'm Matt Humphrey in Vancouver.
This is really just tearing apart everything that we've worked for.
It was unconstitutional. We must uphold the rights of unborn people.
Crowds on the steps of the U.S. Supreme Court expressed their rage and jubilation. Demonstrators reacted to a leaked draft decision suggesting abortion may soon be overturned in that country. The shift in American law is turning heads in Canada. And as Rafi Boudjikanian reports, politicians are weighing in.
That's a great day for justice. That was 32 years ago. Dr. Henry Morgentaler celebrating one of many victories in court upholding a woman's right to choose. Now that a leaked document suggesting the landmark Roe v. Wade decision protecting U.S. abortion rights could be overturned, the debate on this side of the border has been reignited.
We're going to start having conversations about abortion care.
But political scientist Kelly Gordon says it is likely to be a different conversation.
There's research that shows that actually having this debate leads to increased support in abortion rights.
In an email, the Conservative Party asked members not to speak publicly, but that didn't stop some, including Alberta MP Arnold Beerson.
Human beings begin at conception.
But in a statement, interim Conservative leader Candice Bergen says her party won't introduce legislation or reopen the debate. Rafi Boudjikanian, CBC News, Ottawa.
Meanwhile, in Ottawa, Foreign Minister Melanie Joly says she's concerned about the U.S. Supreme Court development. Joly insists the Liberal government will protect a woman's right to choose.
We need to make sure that we do not reopen the debate. Our government has been clear, steadfast in our support for women's right to choose. And meanwhile, we all remember that a couple of months ago, MPs from the Conservative Party, 82 of them, wanted to reopen the debate.
Joly points out the Conservatives are in the midst of a leadership campaign and says some candidates are courting the anti-abortion vote. In other news, it appears everyone has managed to get out safely after a fire quickly spread through an Abbotsford apartment building this morning. One woman inside describes a mad rush down the stairs with her daughter and dog as smoke and flames moved through the four-story building near Mount Lehman Road. There are no reports of injuries. Surrounding buildings also had to be evacuated. There is no word yet on a cause of the fire. BC is expanding use of the system it uses to issue alerts and warnings across the province. Beyond tsunami warnings and amber alerts, Alert Ready will also broadcast imminent threats of flooding. This past fall, the government was criticized for not warning Fraser Valley residents before devastating floods hit the Sumas Prairie. During the war in Europe, in recent weeks, Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky has addressed numerous legislative bodies around the world as he looks for global support in his country's war against Russia. Now, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has returned the favor, speaking virtually today in the Ukrainian legislature. Tom Perry reports.
I have one message for you today. Ukraine will win.
Addressing Ukraine's parliament, Boris Johnson echoed Britain's own wartime leader, Winston Churchill, as he described the Ukrainian people's fight.
This is Ukraine's finest hour that will be remembered and recounted for generations to come.
Britain has provided Ukraine with anti-tank and anti-aircraft missiles. Johnson today pledged further support, including night vision equipment and radar to hunt down enemy artillery. A package of aid worth £300 million, or almost $500 million. Johnson's address follows his top-secret visit to Ukraine last month and comes as the UK moves to reopen its embassy in the Ukrainian capital. Tom Perry, CBC News, London.
And that is CBC News from Vancouver. For news anytime, you have a few options. You can go to cbc.ca/BC, or you can use the CBC News app. And now the BC forecast. On the north coast, rain tapering off, then a chance of showers. Windy as well, with a high of 9 degrees. Highs reaching 13 with increasing cloudiness in the Peace. In the central interior, including Prince George, a chance of showers this afternoon with a high of 12. Highs in the low 20s with lots of sunshine in the Kootenays. In the southern interior, including Kelowna, mainly sunny with a high of 21 degrees. And for Metro Vancouver, Greater Victoria, and the Fraser Valley, a chance of showers, windy in some areas, high of 13, and rain starting tonight.
If you've spent any time on TikTok lately, you might have come across this viral conspiracy.
Helen Keller is not real.
Helen Keller was not real.
People on TikTok saying Helen Keller was a fraud.
I don't think Helen Keller was real.
We all know you was fake.
She was a hoax.
The joke is at the bag. To be clear, these claims are obviously baseless and steeped in ableism. But when Elsa Schinnison saw them pop up on her timeline, they struck a nerve. Elsa, like Helen, is a writer. And Elsa, like Helen, is deafblind. These videos sparked something in Elsa and propelled her to investigate Helen Keller in a way she hadn't before. And what she discovered was a very real and flawed individual. This is Podcast Playlist. I'm Leah Simone Bowen. Today on the show, I'll be sharing new podcasts we think you should be listening to this month. Elsa has had a tricky relationship with Helen Keller. Growing up, she was constantly compared to her, and she hated it because Elsa felt completely different from Keller. But after seeing videos claiming that Helen Keller was a fraud, Elsa felt compelled to defend her. So she reached out to the team at Radiolab to help her confront the very complicated legacy of Helen Keller. Here's Lulu Miller with more.
Helen Keller is the topic of today's Radiolab. So picking back up.
Yeah, let's do it.
We left off when Elsa, a deafblind woman, was just starting to really fall in love with Helen Keller, have all this kind of admiration and connection with her. But then she stumbles across something that Helen Keller wrote in 1915. So at this point, Helen is in her mid-30s, and the backdrop is that there is this very famous medical case going on.
The Bollinger baby case, which happened in Chicago. Basically, an infant was born with severe physical disabilities, and the doctor allowed the baby to die and basically convinced the parents that that was the best choice because that child couldn't possibly live a good life.
And it became a huge national controversy.
People were calling the hospitals like this. People were involved.
So Helen Keller enters the fray, and she is now a super famous person. Then everyone's kind of wondering what she's going to say.
So Helen Keller weighs in like a month after the baby died. We have a letter that she wrote for the New Republic, and I'm going to read you part of her letter.
Okay.
It seems to me that the simplest, wisest thing to do would be to submit cases like that of the malformed idiot baby to a jury of expert physicians.
This public letter goes on to suggest in this very flowery, erudite language,
A mental defective, on the other hand, is almost sure to be a potential criminal.
that when a baby is born with disabilities, a jury of doctors should be called in, and if the baby doesn't measure up to their standards,
The evidence before a jury of physicians considering the case of an idiot would be exact and scientific.
they should vote to let that baby die.
Wow.
Their findings would be free from the prejudice and the inaccuracy of untrained observation. They would act only in cases of true idiocy where there could be no hope of mental development.
Were you just thirsty there? What was happening with your voice?
No, I was angry. Like, did you really have to write that letter? Like, why?
Elsa was just at a complete loss, wondering how is the same Helen Keller, who was just years before saying society has to do better for disabled people, now publicly and in private writing around the same time making a case for eugenics.
Our puny sentimentalism has caused us to forget that a human life is sacred only when it may be of some use to itself and to the world.
I was horrified. I actually had one of those moments where your blood kind of runs cold.
And it was shortly after reading that the whole TikTok conspiracy theory bubbled up into her world.
Oh.
And so she found herself newly resistant to defend Helen Keller.
I see.
But also wanting to call out the TikTokers for saying things that were not true. And so she came to us authentically lost, wanting to use reporting to figure out both how to feel about Helen Keller in her own heart, but also to just legitimately understand how Helen Keller came to want to remove disability from the world.
Well, I want to understand why. So I'm going to go find some people and see if I can get any of them to talk to me on the record.
So Elsa and I set out on a month-long journey.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Georgina Klieg.
My name's Haben Germa.
I'm Jaypreet Birdie.
Katie Booth.
Kim Nielsen, Lydia S.C. Brown. Come with us on our adventure. Okay. We talked to people who have spent years with Helen Keller's words.
Helen Keller was never a hero of mine. Even as a child, it was like, cool story. Good for her.
People who swim through her archives.
I'm a historian at the University of Toledo.
Sue Pickleson, Executive Director of the Helen Keller Birthplace.
People who wander the rooms in Helen Keller's childhood home.
Located in Tuscumbia, Alabama.
How long have you been working there?
50 years.
50? 50?
Yes.
Just say it. She advocated eugenics. That's up.
We talk to people who hate her.
We don't focus on that.
Who really love her.
We try to focus on the positive.
And those in between who are just trying to understand why Helen Keller, arguably the most famous disabled person in the history of the world, advocated for eugenics.
Am I allowed to just scream into the void right now? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so
it's not the full story.
Somewhere along the way, Elsa and I had this conversation with Haben Germa.
I'm a human rights lawyer, speaker, and author. So I am known as the first deaf-blind person to graduate from Harvard Law School.
Elsa had known Haben online for a while, but this was the first time they'd ever talked directly.
To know what's being said, to know what Elsa is saying, I have a typist who's typing what Elsa says. I'm reading it in Braille and then responding by voice.
Great. All right.
And Haben told us that after the Bollinger case, later in Helen's life,
she did change her mind and come out against eugenics.
Did she though? I still haven't found hard proof of that other than comments that I've seen where people have said that she changed her mind, and I want to see more.
Understandable.
So we dug and dug and dug and dug, and eventually we did find two different documents that both come about 20 years later, so when Helen Keller's in her late 50s. And the first one was that she wrote a letter to the former editor of the New York Times saying America needed to change its eugenicist immigration policies so that disabled people could escape the Nazis and find safe harbor in the U.S. And then that same year, 1938, there was another huge case involving a baby. And this time it was a little girl named Helene Colin, who, in order to live, the doctors were going to have to remove her eyes, and her parents weren't sure what to do. And this time, when Helen Keller weighed in, she said,
"Blindness is not the greatest evil. It is only a physical handicap which Helene's mind can overcome."
Wow. Okay. So your sense from those two documents is that she did change her mind.
well, that's kind of my sense, but then Elsa.
That definitely sounds like we changed her mind. But we also see her with more empathy toward blind kids than we do toward physically disabled kids or deaf kids or toward people with intellectual or developmental disabilities.
Yeah, like it's only worth it.
It's only worth it if they're smart.
She said that this is one of the ways that Helen Keller haunts all of us today, because those beliefs that certain lives are worth less than others are still with us in our laws, our policies, and that could have been a moment where an influential, beloved celebrity challenged the thinking enough to set society off on a different course.
I don't blame Helen Keller. It's complicated.
I see you being very protective of Helen. And I know that in our community there are people who don't like her. Have you ever been asked if you're being too soft on her?
No, I don't think so. Do you think I'm too soft on Helen?
I don't know. I mean, I think eugenics is a pretty hard line for me.
So Helen supported eugenics, then realized it was wrong and advocated against it. Are you saying you've never made a mistake in your life? You've never supported the wrong thing and then realized, wait a minute, that's terrible. I'm not supporting that anymore.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I wish she hadn't.
That was Radiolab with the Helen Keller Exorcism from WNYC Studios. It was hosted by Lulu Miller and Elsa Shunnison. The full episode is really worth checking out because it's not just a story about the deafblind community, it's also a podcast that deaf and blind people can fully experience. The Radiolab team has made this story fully accessible with a digital Braille transcript and an American Sign Language video. We'll put a link to all of that on our website at cbc.ca/podcast playlist. In our next podcast, we're sticking with the theme of conspiracies. Tablo is a Korean-Canadian hip-hop artist. He was at the height of his career when a rumor started that he was not who he claimed to be. A group of online trolls organized a campaign to take down Tablo. They called themselves Tajin Yo, and they claimed that Tablo was lying about his academic credentials. He graduated from Stanford University with a bachelor's and master's in just 4 years. He had the degree to show for it and testimony from former professors, but he still became the victim of relentless online attacks. What started out as a rumor quickly grew into a national obsession. It was debated in the news, on talk shows, and over dinner tables across Korea. It nearly destroyed Tablo. In the new podcast from Vice, Dexter Thomas Jr. follows the bizarre conspiracy and unpacks the human costs of these online attacks. Here's Authentic, the story of Tablo.
Hey, John, this is Dexter from Vice.
Great. Are you downstairs?
I am downstairs.
I'll come get you.
Okay, John Schenk is a lawyer. He graduated from Stanford with a bachelor's degree in English in 2001, the year before Tablo. I met him in Los Angeles last fall.
I started getting phone calls from somebody. He asked me what my name was.
About 10 years ago, John was in his office, and
I told him I was John Schenk, and he said he was part of a group and he was hoping to get a copy of my diploma, and I would just hang up. And I'm just like, who is this weirdo?
He got another call, then another. And each time, John would say the same thing.
Look, I'm hanging up now. Just please stop calling me.
But after yet another call, John was just about to hang up. And then the guy said, wait.
We'll pay you $10,000. So I went, okay, let's hear some more.
$10,000. That's how much the person on the phone was offering John to make a copy of his Stanford diploma.
And then I started asking him, okay, you're going to pay me $10,000. And then it's mine. And that you don't want me to give you any money or hold any money or do anything.
John, again, is a lawyer, and he's seen all kinds of scams. So he was skeptical. But the guy on the phone assured John that this was not a scam. and he was a real person.
This movement that he was part of to basically capture Tableau in a lie was just a side gig for him. He was a musician, he was a real person. And he's like, and he told me, he's like, I live in Beverly Hills. If you want, we can meet at the park. There's this old park next to the Montage.
Right.
And I was like, okay, sure. That would be a great way to check him out, see if he's for real.
So, on the day of their appointment, John shows up to the park. He's a little apprehensive. But when the man from the phone call shows up, he seems pretty normal.
He seemed very honest. He seemed very sincere about his cause. It seemed important to him.
And so, what specifically does he ask you for at that moment?
He didn't really ask me for much, other than he's been saying from the beginning he'd like a copy of my diploma so they can prove that Tableau faked his diploma.
Okay.
All right. And so I kind of was like, all right, you want a copy of my diploma? I'll give you a copy of my diploma. There's nothing wrong with that, right? So then I went back to my law firm and talked to every friend, every colleague in there to see if anybody could come up with an explanation of how this could possibly be a scam that I was, inadvertently walking into, right? And nobody could really come up with anything. Everyone's like, no, seems like they're just gonna give you some money. You should take it.
He had one hang up though. They all seemed really fixated on this Tableau guy's document. John, being a lawyer, figured that he ought to have a look at the paperwork too. So before he decided to go through with it, John asked the musician to give him whatever copy of Tableau's diploma that they had. So the guy gave it to him.
And I compared it to my diploma, and the signatures matched.
The signature of the president who signs the diploma. That's what they were looking for. Because if the signatures didn't match, they could point to Tableau's diploma and say, see, that's a fake.
I compared them and I said, these are exactly the same signature.
You and Tableau?
Yeah. And so when I called to say, hey, I have my diploma, I compared it to Tableau's, and they're the same. Are you still sure you want to do this? And they're like, yes, we do.
Wait.
Yes. Weirder still, right? I was like, this is not good evidence for you. I told them.
And then they say they want it anyway.
They said, no, don't worry about it. Just come, pay $10,000.
So John asked another lawyer friend to come with him to do this thing. They drove to an office and they were invited to sit down in a room. The musician was there, along with another couple people who didn't talk much. They got right to business.
He pulled out his trust account checkbook and filled out a check and put it on the table. Said, okay, here's the check. Can I see your diploma? Put my diploma on the table. And then they took it over to the copy machine and made a copy.
But before they gave him the money, they sprung one final thing on him. They wanted him to sign a statement. Nothing major, just a simple question.
They asked me if I had ever seen Tableau on campus, and I said I didn't know him. I made some statement to that effect and signed it. And that was it. That was it. Next morning, as soon as the bank opened, I went to the bank and cashed the check.
Just 10G straight up.
10G. It actually they charged me $5 for giving me cash on the spot, and then I walked across the street to Wells Fargo and deposited it in my bank account.
And that was it.
That was it.
What?
My heart was pumping.
John's a responsible dude, so he put the money in his savings, and that was it. It was over. Or so he thought. A little while later, he heard from the musician again.
The musician guy was asking me if I would be willing to go to Seoul and give testimony.
John said, no thanks, I'm done.
But I also thought to myself, you know what, that might be getting too close to this weird conspiracy theory world, and I don't want, and so I kind of shied away from that.
You said you were getting too close to a weird conspiracy theory. Was that, were you sort of already in the headspace where, hey, look?
Yeah, I didn't really want to be associated with this group. You know, it just seemed like they were really holding on to a kind of an obviously incorrect perception. They were clearly misguided.
John's diploma did not help prove Tableau was lying. The signatures on the diplomas matched. If anything, this was more proof that Tableau was telling the truth. That's not what the Taijino movement wanted to hear. But they had a kind of a failsafe. That document they'd asked John to sign, asking if he'd known Tableau while he was at Stanford. He told him the truth, which was that he didn't. It's not shocking because there were around 2,000 students in John and Tablo's graduating class. But the Taijinyo movement latched onto that statement. John's diploma wasn't helpful to them anymore. But wait, if Tablo went to Stanford, how could John not know it? And they had a signed document saying that he didn't. People on Taijinyo were convinced that this was further proof that Tablo was never even at Stanford, and that he should be punished for his crimes. That crime thing, they were serious about that. Forgery is a criminal offense in Korea. And if Tablo had been giving out a fake document, he could be facing up to 5 years in jail, or a fine of 10 million won, which in US money is a little over $8,000. But that fine wasn't enough for Taijinyo. They wanted him behind bars. Now.
Have you ever had any contact with Tablo?
No, never.
What would you say to him if you two were to talk, do you think?
I'd say, that must have really sucked, that experience for him. He really had a huge portion of his country coming after him for something he didn't do.
You had a small part in that.
I think I helped him.
Do you?
Yeah.
How so?
I gave the evidence that showed that his diploma was accurate.
It has to be so weird to be at all even obliquely involved in such a life-changing thing for somebody.
Yes.
I mean, look, if someone offered me 10 G's to make a photocopy of my diploma, just a more detailed version of what's already on my resume, I probably would have said yeah. And John was smart enough to pull himself out of this situation before it had a chance to get really weird. He says that for years, this was mostly just a funny story he could tell over drinks at the bar.
The fact that there was obvious evidence that refuted the things that Taijinyo wanted to prove, and that they weren't interested in that part of it, is, despite that, hey, look, this is bad for you, is sort of mind-bending.
Yes. If there's anything that we have learned in the past, let's call it 5 years, that evidence does not persuade anybody. A lot of people apparently can believe a lot of things, regardless of what the obvious facts might be. And this was just an instance of that people will believe what they want to believe.
From Vice and iHeart Podcast Network, that was Authentic, the story of Tablo. It's hosted by Dexter Thomas Jr., and their producing team includes Stephanie Kariuki, Minji Koo, and Kate Osborne. Last fall, many of us watched in horror as thousands of people flooded the airport in Kabul, Afghanistan. Canada had ended its longest war. All troops were being pulled out of the country, and the Taliban had taken control over the capital city. The new season of Commons looks back on that war and unpacks the costs and consequences. In this clip from episode 1, host Archie Mann outlines the challenges Afghans faced as Canadians left.
The fall of Afghanistan's Western-backed government happened very slowly and then all at once. Under both Presidents Trump and Biden, the U.S. had been drawing down their forces and negotiating with the Taliban in Qatar. In April 2021, the Americans said that all troops would be gone by September 11th, and by July, 90% of them already were. After years and years of international support, the Afghan National Army was expected to stand on its own against the Taliban. But the Taliban already controlled a third of the nation. That was mostly in the countryside, but they were quickly gaining ground. Brian Kastner was in Afghanistan in those final days. It wasn't his first time there. He's been there before as both an American soldier and as a journalist. And he says it's a place that's forever etched within him.
Afghanistan, in some ways, for me, has just always been very personal because of the very good friends that were killed I can name the dates and locations where they died. They're very good friends that lost legs. There is a permanent connection. It is a connection of blood and family.
We have to stop the story there, but you can hear the rest after the break.
Good afternoon. Here are the headlines from the CBC Vancouver newsroom. I'm Matt Humphrey. 3 BC men have been identified as victims of a plane crash this past weekend in northwestern Ontario. A small prop plane went down Saturday in Ontario's Lake Country. One of the victims, Jean Larkamp, was wanted by police for the murder of a BC gang member in Thailand. 26-year-old Abhinav Honda of Richmond and 37-year-old Duncan Bailey of Kamloops also died in the crash. A fourth victim has not been identified. There's still no word on what sparked a fire that pushed hundreds of people from their Abbotsford homes. Flames and smoke quickly spread through the 4-story building this morning near Mount Lehman Road. It appears everyone managed to get out safely. And BC is expanding use of the system it uses to issue alerts and warnings across the province. Beyond tsunami warnings and amber alerts, Alert Ready will now also broadcast imminent threats of flooding. This past fall, the government was criticized for not warning Fraser Valley residents before devastating floods hit the Sumas Prairie. And now the BC forecast. On the north coast, rain tapering off, then a chance of showers, windy as well, a high of 9. Highs reaching 13 with increasing cloudiness in the Peace. In the central interior, a chance of showers this afternoon with a high of 12 degrees. Highs in the low 20s with lots of sunshine in the Kootenays. In the southern interior, mainly sunny with a high of 21 degrees. And for the south coast, a chance of showers, windy in some areas with a high of 13. And rain should start tonight. You're listening to CBC Radio 1.
This is Podcast Playlist on CBC. We're back now with the rest of that story.
Today, Brian's a senior crisis advisor at Amnesty International, where he focuses on war crimes investigations. Brian had returned to Afghanistan to document and investigate any war crimes perpetrated by either side of the conflict in the wake of the American withdrawal.
And so our goal when we arrived in July was to document a few things. One is any war crimes that might be happening in the course of the fighting, and we uncovered a few massacres, particularly among the ethnic and religious minorities. And then also just to document the very common civilian casualties of that slow grind of ground combat.
The narrative in the international press at the time was that the Taliban takeover was proceeding as a bloodless coup. But from his vantage point on the ground, Brian saw that that wasn't true.
For months, all summer, in Afghanistan, as each of these towns and cities fell, they didn't fall peacefully. The heaviest burden always falls on civilians, as it's their neighborhoods that are chewed up by mortars and machine gun fire. The front line kind of shifted every day. The Afghan forces that were at police checkpoints or Afghan National Army checkpoints would lob mortars right directly into the civilian neighborhoods. The Taliban fighters would come in on motorbikes, they would leave. Sometimes they would be hit, sometimes they wouldn't. The Taliban would take over schools, they would take over mosques. There was a couple weeks there in June where we could document day by day this house and this house and this house, all in the same area, one family after another that was killed or injured by these attacks by both sides.
And it was both the government and the Taliban who were being callous with civilian life.
There were some cases where the Taliban were clearly aiming at a certain close checkpoint and happened to hit because mortars are inaccurate and should never be used in these neighborhoods to begin with. They just hit whoever, happened to be nearby. And then there were other cases where the government just did not take any precautions at all. In some cases, walked the mortars. When you fire a mortar, you have to walk it, which means you fire one round and you just have to see where it goes. And you kind of adjust and walk it into your target. And they would just walk these mortars through the civilian neighborhood to get to whatever particular Taliban force that they were looking to hit.
And as the Taliban compiled victory after victory, they sometimes exacted revenge.
We documented a massacre in Malistan, a small Hazara community, this tiny, tiny village, Munadrak, and there's probably 40 men there total, and a quarter of them were killed over the course of 2 days, mostly for being Hazara and Shia, or accused of being former military, of serving in the Afghan National Army. In Afghanistan, if you are an ethnic minority or a religious minority or former military, any one of those things might make you nervous, and for good reason. But if all three of those apply to you, then that's when we really saw the killing side.
By the beginning of August, the Taliban had been making significant gains. They had surrounded the capital cities of many of the provinces, and aside from Kabul itself, there was one city that they valued above all others: Kandahar. Kandahar is the birthplace of the Taliban movement. It's where some of the bloodiest battles in the war took place. And it's where the vast majority of the more than 40,000 Canadian soldiers deployed to Afghanistan had been stationed. Kandahar had been Mohammad Sharif Sharaf's home. For 2 decades, he had reported on the Afghan conflict for publications like the Globe and Mail. He helped break some of the most significant scoops about the Canadian war effort. And even though most people don't know his name, his reporting significantly shaped the way Canadians understood the war. And in August, Sharif was back in his hometown province, where he had reported on so many stories, watching the Afghan army make one final stand against the Taliban.
I did not fight with the Taliban, but I did not hate Taliban, not Afghan government. This was not my job. My job was journalism.
Sharif had moved with his family to Kabul a few years ago, but he was back in Kandahar with a Vice News crew to cover the battle. It was a dangerous place to be a journalist. The Afghan government had just arrested 4 reporters for doing their jobs, and Taliban fighters had executed Nazir Mohammed, a popular anti-Taliban comedian. By the time they arrived in Kandahar, the government had recommended that all civilians evacuate, and the Taliban had the city fully surrounded. Sharif and the other journalists watched from a hotel room as Afghan commandos tried to hold onto a wedding hall, one of their last fortified positions.
At the top of the wedding hall, there was commandos. Mostly the commandos were standing close to the windows and the top. This was my first time that I was in this big fight between Taliban and Afghan government. The Taliban were shooting bullets. Afghan forces were shooting bullets. At the same time, it was a surprise for me that I found some of the houses there were people.
3 families had decided to stay despite the danger. They refused to abandon their homes. Sharif says that contrasted with the actions of much of the Afghan army. He saw men laying down their weapons and fleeing. Many of them told Sharif that they hadn't been paid their salaries in months.
They left their weapons, their property, everything to Taliban, and it was easy for Taliban to capture all of them.
The Afghan National Army claimed to have around 300,000 soldiers. But experts have argued that because of massive corruption, it was actually closer to 100,000. The desertions shrunk that number even more. The only ones who Sharif actually saw fighting the Taliban were the commandos, the so-called Zero units, elite anti-terrorism teams that were trained and paid by the CIA. Human Rights Watch has accused them of being government-backed death squads. But even these highly trained, deadly soldiers couldn't hold off the Taliban advance.
Not more than 600 soldiers. 600 soldiers can't keep all Kandahar. It was not enough.
From Canada Land, that was Commons. It's hosted and produced by Archie Mann and produced by Gordon Cornish, with additional production by Noor Azaria. Anita Hill is a lawyer, professor, and outspoken advocate for gender equality. 30 years ago, she stood in front of an all-white, mostly male, middle-aged Senate and shared her story of sexual harassment at the confirmation hearing for Judge Clarence Thomas. By today's standards, what Hill did seems impossibly difficult. In 1991, it was completely unheard of. Anita Hill has a new podcast with Pushkin Industries, where she hosts thought-provoking interviews with people paving the way for equality. But in the second and third episodes, she looks back on those Senate hearings in a series called Reimagining 1991. We're going to listen to a part of the conversation Anita had with Sukari Hartnick. In 1991, Sukari submitted a statement to the Senate committee confirming Anita's statements, but the committee decided not to include it in the hearing. This is Getting Even with Anita Hill.
So it's out of your hands now. You've written your statement. What did you expect to happen with the statement? What would you have liked to have happened, even?
Well, I would like to have had the opportunity to testify before the committee to let them know that what you were saying was absolutely true, that your experiences had been my experiences at the commission. Clarence was not the best qualified person for that position. There were many, if they wanted to have a black person in that position, there were many black men and women who were far more qualified than Clarence, and somebody who was suitable to step into the quote-unquote seat that was held by Thurgood Marshall. I was fearful, actually, that if he got into that position, considering conversations that I'd had with him, that he would do exactly what he has done through the years.
Do you know what actually happened to the statement after you handed it over?
Well, I knew that it reached the Senate Judiciary Committee because they said that, another woman has come out. So I knew that the committee had the statement, and I knew that there was a possibility that they would call me, and I was prepared. I felt that I was prepared at that time to answer whatever questions they might have had. Probably not as artfully and skillfully and with such poise as you did, but definitely I felt that I could give them whatever information they wanted to support your position.
So what, if any, communication did you have with the Senate Judiciary Committee?
None.
None with the staffers or?
None.
So you were not told anything about your statement, per se, until you were told that you were not going to be testifying?
No, I was never told that I would not be testifying.
Oh, okay.
No one from the committee, not the staff members on the committee, ever got in touch with me. I mean, the most I heard was what I saw on television, and after a while, I stopped looking at the proceedings because I thought it was just a sham. And as a black woman, it was very difficult for me to sit down and see what they were trying to do to you. But I think because of your poise, and I think that I saw your family there because of your family support, and just an inner calmness that you seem to have, I think carried you through and prevented them from succeeding.
Were you still watching the hearings when Biden banged down the gavel and closed them out?
No, at that point, I knew what the writing on the wall was. I mean, I knew that they were going to confirm Thomas, and, that was my fear, and they did. And look where we are now. Look at the composition of the court. Like I said, I was very naive then, and I thought that, only certain learned people who had a sense of justice and righteousness should hold those positions. But I have subsequently learned that that is not the case. And the sad thing about that is that I'm not the only one who has noticed that these are the things that erode at our democratic system. Our system is based upon us agreeing to believe in certain things and to live by certain rules. And when those rules are broken down, when people are put in a position where they don't trust that the system will work the way that they've been told it's going to work or it should work, then that's when you start to have problems. And I think the thing that has made America the country that it is not so much because it was so righteous from the beginning, but because we have struggled as a nation to get to the point where we try to become a more perfect union.
So ultimately, your statement was put into the record, which is, of course, not the same as being asked to testify, not being allowed to testify. I guess let me just ask it. Why do you think the Senate Judiciary Committee didn't either subpoena you or call you to testify?
You know, I have no idea. I think pretty much it was decided that Clarence would be placed in that position. I don't know if the Democratic white males on the committee felt that their hands were sort of tied and they were attacking a black man. Clarence used all of the language. I mean, I could not believe a high-tech lynching. I thought to myself, for a high-tech Tom. But at any rate, it's almost like they were afraid or intimidated and just sort of sugarcoated everything when it came to Clarence Thomas. And it was very difficult for me to look at it then, and then almost 30 years later, I couldn't watch the Kavanaugh hearings because it was reliving to me the whole situation with the Thomas hearing. And Ms. Ford's testimony was as compelling as your testimony was.
That was Getting Even with Anita Hill by Pushkin Industries. It's hosted by Anita Hill and produced by Sasha Matthias and Mo Laborde. Last but not least, we have a fiction podcast to round out this week's recommendations. Don't Mind Cruxmont is a brand new audio fiction podcast from Fool and Scholar Productions. Dr. Gwen Kingston is a neurologist working with seniors. One day, one of her patients named Adelaide does something remarkable. After months of hardly being able to speak, she suddenly starts talking and acting completely normal, as if she had been fine the whole time. Dr. Kingston thinks it might have something to do with a mysterious town called Cruxmont. Here's a bit from the first episode of Don't Mind Cruxmont.
Thank you, Adelaide. The nurse will help you back to your room now.
Yes. Are you sure you've got the right file?
Yes. The initial images were a bit dense, but once adjusted, it was a good study. The previous images were only taken in July. It's impossible. I've never seen it before. The temporal and parietal lobes look to have made a significant, if not full, recovery. Complete atrophy reversal.
Is she taking any medication? She appeared very cognizant during the exam.
She's been in perfect mental health since this morning. Though yesterday she was barely speaking, could recall absolutely nothing, and suffered severe motor skills malfunctions.
All right, so what happened yesterday?
Excuse me, Rosa. Please finish up in here.
Yes, Dr. Kingston.
Adelaide, it's me again.
Come in.
Adelaide, last night when you had your visitor, Edith, did she give you something?
The little picnic basket. Very kind. Plums are good for your health, you know.
And just this? And that small jar of preserves?
Well, we ate the preserves on little crackers and I had a scone. There wasn't a lot, but it was very nice. Oh, you look concerned. Did the MRI work?
Yes, it did. And the results are very positive. It appears the areas of your brain that had suffered varying levels of atrophy have, in a sense, rebuilt themselves. I've never seen anything like it. You weren't making any progress. And this happened very quickly overnight.
I'll count my lucky stars tonight then, Doctor.
Adelaide, tell me more about Cruxmont. Is that where you're from? The orchards with the bees. Were they the plum orchards? Is that where Edith came from?
Gwendolyn, dear, there is nothing in Cruxmont that anyone has ever wanted to find except for plum wine and fruit pies.
Thank you, Adelaide. I am very happy to see you recovering so well. Have a wonderful day.
The first of many left, I hope.
Avoiding paperwork?
Chasing an idea. I will call you from the car.
The car. Gwen, there's a lot to do. Where are you going? Damn it.
Where the hell did you go? It's been hours, Gwen. You had patients waiting for you. I had to reschedule everything. When are you coming back? Are you coming in tomorrow?
I'm driving up to Cruxmont to find Edith and see if she knows anything about how Adelaide recovered.
What? Gwen, just get back here. Adelaide is just one of your patients, as we're short as it is. You cannot just disappear at the start of your shift.
Well, this shouldn't take too long. I'll be back after the weekend with any luck. Or maybe none at all.
The weekend? Gwen!
Taylor, I have to do this.
I'll set up a backup care provider for your patients and reschedule what I can, but it's late, okay? And you've been driving for hours and you need to be careful. Please.
You're a lifesaver.
I know. So, bring us lifesavers and strong plotline as payment.
I can do that.
Drive safely.
Thank you.
Has that stereotypical picturesque British countryside look. Seriously ominous. American Werewolf in London vibes. Where are you? Slow down. Slow down. Are you kidding me? Hey, you nearly hit me. What the hell were you doing? Lady!
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Are you hurt?
Yeah, no. I think I'm fine. Just my heart jumping out of my chest is all. But you really obliterated that bush. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm terribly sorry. It's no excuse, but I didn't see you. And by the time I came around the bend, and I...
Hey, well, there's no sidewalk and it's dark.
Yeah.
I should have expected something like this. But maybe just slow down?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure you're okay? Yeah. You don't look okay. I just need to catch my breath. Why are you out here? Tourist to the park? No. I'm heading to Cruxmont, a little village northwest of here.
Oh, well, I'm driving there. Or I hope I still am. Okay. Okay, no damage.
Could you give me a ride to Cruxmont? It's late and I'd hate to test my luck out on this road twice.
Yes, I can give you a ride, but sorry, first you need to show me your identification, passport.
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Neil Mitchell.
Right.
What are you doing?
I am texting a photo of you, along with your name, a pin of my current location and the time to my co-worker. There you go.
Okay. Cautious. Yeah, okay. I get it.
Yes, precisely. Now, get in. I don't want to be driving come midnight. And again, I am so terribly sorry for the near miss. Didn't see you around the bend. No excuse for almost killing you, though.
Yeah, no harm done. No lasting harm. Well, except for the shrub.
We're not very far from Cruxmont now. I'm Gwen.
Your badge says Dr. Kingston. So, is that the kind of doctor that would be able to help me with a broken leg? Or the kind of doctor that would select a good poem for my eulogy?
The first kind.
Kind of good luck on my part, then. I mean, if you're going to get hit by a car, just have a doctor nearby.
I can't imagine you intended to be hiking on these narrow roads at night without a light, Neil.
No, I didn't want to wait to get to Cruxmont, but I don't have a car, and I couldn't find a bus that was going out that way.
Uh-huh. But, why is an American heading to such a tiny place? There are hundreds of far more interesting things to see nearby, unless, of course, you're a plum connoisseur.
What? No, I'm looking for someone.
Stop! Do not move. This is too many suspicious things in one night. One wrong move,
What?
I will hurt you.
Don't threaten me. I haven't done anything. I thought you were a doctor. There's a body in the road, Gwen.
That was Don't Mind Cruxmont from Fool and Scholar Productions. It was written and created by K.A. Statz. Dr. Gwendolyn Kingston was played by Adjoa Ando. Neil Mitchell played Daniel Demurin. Their team includes Travis Vengroff, Dennis Greenhill, Carol Vengroff, A.J. Punkin, Dane Leonardson, and Maiko Viegas. And that's the show. Hope we've given you something new to listen to. And let us know what your favorites are. Just search for CBC Podcast Playlist on Twitter and Facebook. For more info and links to all the shows we played today, head to cbc.ca/podcast playlist. Podcast Playlist is Shiloh Fagan, Julian Uzielli, Kelsey Cueva, and Lauren Donnelly. Our intern is Jenny Cunningham. Our senior producer is Kate Evans. Arif Noorani is our executive producer and the director of CBC Podcasts. I'm Leah Simone Bowen. Thanks for listening.
This is CBC Radio 1, 88.1 FM, and 6:90 a.m. in Vancouver.
I'm Amy Bell, and here's what's in your CBC Vancouver inbox. Enjoy choral music and heavenly harmonies with Corleone and special guests on May 12th and 13th. Learn more and get tickets at corleone.org. And never miss a special programming series, event, or contest. Subscribe to CBC Vancouver's e-newsletter at cbc.ca/Vancouver inbox and keep connected with us.
Just ahead on the Coast, we're going to hear from Vancouver's mayor about how renters living along the Broadway corridor are going to be protected from future rent hikes. The consequences of overturning Roe versus Wade. We'll hear more about a leaked document from the U.S. Supreme Court.
This is CBC News from Vancouver. Good afternoon, I'm Robert Zimmerman. 3 BC men, including a wanted fugitive, have been identified as victims of a plane crash this past weekend in northwestern Ontario. The small prop plane went down Saturday in Ontario's Lake Country. One of the victims, Jean Larham, was wanted for a gang killing this past February in Thailand. 26-year-old Abhinav Handa of Richmond and 37-year-old Duncan Bailey of Kamloops also died in the crash. A 4th victim has not yet been identified. It appears everybody has managed to get out safely as a fire quickly spread through an Abbotsford apartment building this morning. One woman inside describes a mad rush down the stairs with her daughter and dog as smoke and flames move through the 4-story building near Mount Lehman Road. There are no reports of injuries. Surrounding buildings also had to be evacuated. There's no word yet on a cause. BC is expanding use of the system it uses to issue alerts and warnings across the province. Beyond tsunami warnings and amber alerts, Alert Ready will also broadcast imminent threats of flooding. This past fall, the government was criticized for not warning Fraser Valley residents before devastating floods hit the Sumas Prairie. 18 communities in Manitoba are under flood-related states of emergency. That's triple the number from late last week. Residents are doing what they can to protect property as the waters rise. Sam Sampson has more.
A canoe is the only way to get sandbags to William Sutherland's home.
I built up 3.5 feet around the house, but the water that's coming in now is worse.
The emergency coordinator for Peguis First Nation is staying to help his community and save his own home.
I'm going to do as much as I can to protect as much as possible to avoid all the damage.
The Fisher River that runs through Peguis has dramatically spilled over after an historically wet April. Plus, a dike north of here burst a few days ago, bringing additional water. Sandbags and temporary dams failed to save 480 homes. Sam Sampson, CBC News, Peguis First Nation, Manitoba.
People outside the U.S. Supreme Court celebrating news of a leaked draft opinion on abortion rights. The document shows the High Court appears ready to overturn the landmark ruling that legalized abortion in the country nearly 50 years ago. Magda Ghebreselassie has the latest.
Chief Justice John Roberts said the Supreme Court's draft decision calling for an end to abortion as a federal right is the real deal, but not the final decision. The draft calls for Roe v. Wade to be overturned, leaving it to each state to decide what to do about abortion. Outside the Supreme Court, a large crowd has gathered and reaction is divided.
Roe is unconstitutional and we must uphold the rights of unborn people.
More than half of this country will not be able to access life-saving health care. That means those that are banned from accessing abortion will be criminalized.
President Joe Biden released a statement where he says, if the court does overturn Roe, it will fall on our nation's elected officials at all levels of government to protect a woman's right to choose. Now, a final decision won't be published until possibly June or July. Magda Ghebreselassie, CBC News, Washington.
Explosions rocked the western Ukrainian city of Lviv this evening. Several Russian rockets targeted power substations, knocking out electricity in parts of the city. 2 pump stations were also hit, affecting water supplies. Lviv, near the Polish border, has become a haven to those fleeing the war in the Keys. It is also hosting most of the Western aid organizations and diplomats. And whale researchers are excited about a new video that appears to show a calf swimming with members of K-Pod, of the endangered southern resident killer whales. The Whale Research Center says K-Pod hasn't produced a new calf in more than a decade. And that's the CBC News from Vancouver.
Thank you very much, Rob. Hello, I'm Gloria Makarenko, and you are listening to On the Coast. Now, Vancouver Mayor Kennedy Stewart says no renter living along the Broadway corridor is going to lose housing because of development. The mayor is going to join us momentarily to discuss the rental protections announcement just ahead. And a leaked document suggests the U.S. Supreme Court may be set to overturn the nationwide legal right to abortion. We'll talk about that just ahead. 5 minutes past 3 o'clock on a cloudy, showery afternoon, and Amy Bell is going to help you through your afternoon drive today. Amy, hello there. Welcome back to On the Coast.
Hello, nice to be here as always.
Okay, so what are we watching in terms of our first out of the gates today?
Yeah, already we're seeing volume slowing for a lot of those major routes. So the Richmond Bridge is getting busy. It's heavy southbound into the Massey Tunnel while they work on getting the counterflow lane in. And we do have one trouble spot to note, and that's a crash eastbound Highway 1 just before 248. It's off to the side, but causing delays, and in fact, very slow right from that point all the way through to about 264th. So hopefully this can get out of the way soon. We're starting to see more widespread showers as well, so roads will be slick. You just need to keep that speed down and give yourself plenty of time to get to where you're going, but I'll have another update coming up in just a few minutes.
Well, thank you very much. So we got up to 13 degrees today as our high. Clouds, a few clear breaks, and just a chance of showers across the region. Heavier rain in store for us tonight as the temperature will drop to about 8 degrees. The rain is going to end early tomorrow afternoon. Then we're into cloudy conditions, but it looks as if we're in for a rainy Thursday and Friday as well. Now, in Vancouver, new protection measures for renters living along the Broadway corridor could be coming. This plan was introduced today by Mayor Kennedy Stewart as redevelopment continues along that stretch of Broadway. Now, the current draft of the Broadway plan still has to be approved by Vancouver City Council later this month. So for more, we have Mayor Kennedy Stewart with us this afternoon. Hello there. Good afternoon.
Hey, Gloria. How are you?
I'm doing well. Why, my goodness. So this draft Broadway plan, it's scheduled to go before council later this month. Why did you decide to make these new additions?
Yeah, you know, renters are struggling over the city, and we have to do everything we can to help them. So this plan, the Broadway plan, covers 500 blocks that are kind of with the subway going down the middle of it. And it's important that we get this plan right. So it'll be coming to council in 2 weeks, and I want to make sure they contain the toughest renter protections in Canada, because 25% of all people who rent in Vancouver live in that corridor.
Okay, well, usually when a building is redeveloped, the rents go up. But according to the quote here is the Boulder plan for Broadway. According to that plan, existing tenants could end up actually paying lower rents after the redevelopment than they did before. So how is that possible?
Absolutely. So first of all, this is a 30-year plan. So this is over a long period of time. And the way that we've kind of designed it is that most of the building would happen in areas that don't currently have rental housing located on those properties. So, but in the rare event that renters would have to move because of redevelopment, there are some, I've seen in the draft plan, there are some, I think, good ideas, but I think we need to go a lot further. And my bottom line is that renters would have a right to return to the new building, and they would pay no more than their current rents, but in some cases, for many cases, perhaps they would pay a lot less than they're currently paying.
But I guess how? Who foots the bill on that?
Well, I mean, part of the trade-off is that we have to build more rental housing, and the vast majority of housing that's planned for this corridor, that plan's still coming to council, would be rental housing. But we have to make the house, if we go from a 3 or 4 story building, we go to 12 stories or 20 stories, then the extra density brings profit for those that built those buildings, and some of that profit has to go back to renters' well-being, and that needs to be built into the plan.
What is the message here ultimately to developers who are planning to develop along the Broadway corridor? And I imagine those plans are already underway.
Yeah, I think that we have been consulting extensively with the building community, and they're on board with this. They have, there's been a huge shift in Vancouver. We've moved from building 75% condos now to almost 60% rentals. So the culture now within the development community has changed extensively, and we've had our experience with moderate income rental housing pilot program that's brought 12 buildings under this program. So lots of these builders are now familiar with kind of what we're trying to do here. And look, redeveloping this corridor is really going to be really good for our economy. We need to do it for the SkyTrain. But we have to make sure renters benefit as much as anybody else. And the amendments I'm planning to bring forward would do that.
Well, and I know there's still lots of discussion around those amendments and the overall plan as well. But just taking us back to kind of the nuts and bolts of this, while a new building is being constructed along the Broadway corridor, what kinds of supports will there be for the tenants who have to rent somewhere else in the meantime?
Yeah, let's say we have a nurse that's been living in a one-bedroom apartment for, say, 30 years, and her building is old, and so it's going to be replaced. And this woman, this nurse, pays $1,000 a month rent. What we would do in that case is that we would help her find another place to live. Her rent would be topped up by the program, and so she wouldn't be paying any more rent, any more than $1,000 a month rent, and then she could move back into the new building at $1,000 a month rent. So
well, it sounds ideal. It sounds too perfect in some ways. So just find her another place to live. But where are you going to find interim housing? It's already at a premium, and a lot of it is already rented out.
Well, that's the beauty of the plan, is that a lot of the rental housing that will be built along the corridor is going to be built in areas where there won't be any displacement at all. And so that will produce a lot of stock, a lot of new homes where we can make this program work. So look, staff have put a ton of time into consulting with the public and looking for great examples from other areas, but I do think it needs to go a bit further, and that's why I'll be bringing an amendment in a couple of weeks.
Well, and we know a lot can happen before a new building goes up, right? People, maybe they change jobs. Maybe the nurse we were just talking about has, moved into high tech or something like that, or people move away. I mean, what about tenants who don't want to return?
Yeah, that's right. So that's another option. And the key here is for renters to have options. So if you've been living in an apartment for a long period of time and your rents are low, then there'll be a buyout. Basically, if your building's going to be redeveloped, there will be a buyout that would help you as you fund your next accommodation. So maybe you want to move in with your kids. You're aging, and this is something that you want to have your family together, or maybe your family's expanded and you want to move to another location. Then you would be given a cash payout based on how long you've lived in your particular home.
Well, just as we're having this discussion, one of our listeners, Paul, just wrote in and said the right of return to the replacement building after 3 years of construction likely to a suite half the size. I mean, they're not building them to the same size as they used to, are they?
That is actually a really good point. And what's important is that again, another amendment would be to make sure that the housing is appropriate for the family that's moving. So, in fact, in some cases, if you're, say, a family of 3, husband, wife, and a kid living in a one-bedroom apartment, we could find that you move into a 2-bedroom apartment and, again, have a rental break when you're moving. So, again, it does sound too good to be true, but it isn't. I think we can do this, and I think renters, you need to benefit from change in the city too, and I'm sure we can make this happen.
Well, tenants, renters, they're one side of the coin. I mentioned the developers are for projects that are already underway. Then there's the landlords. How concerned are you that this could dissuade them from creating rental units?
I don't think so, as long as we get the mix right. I mean, we do know that we have to build more density along that corridor, and with that density comes increased, profits for developers and landowners, and some of that profit has to go back into the community. The rental housing is great. We really need that. It's way better than, say, luxury condos, but at the same time, we have to make sure we protect the 25% of all the renters that live in this city live right in that corridor. So we have to make sure that they're protected and then build more housing for regular folks. And that's really the core of this whole plan. And I just think it needs to go a little bit further. And in 2 weeks, we'll find out if council agrees.
And have you broken down the numbers just in terms of potential plans for development along that Broadway corridor? I mean, how many new affordable units are you hoping to create?
Well, over the 30 years of the plan, we're anywhere from 40 to 50,000 new homes, which is a lot. And at the, we're looking for anywhere from 20 to 30% of those units would be at below market rental rates. Some of it social housing for folks that are living on social assistance, some for folks that are, say, working full time at minimum wage, and other levels of income as well, right up to the full market rental housing where folks that are making good incomes can afford to live. So it's really, it really, this corridor has to be about producing housing that the workforce can live in, because this is a busy employment corridor, and we don't want folks, driving to do their night shift as janitor from Mission. We'd rather have people living very close to the VGH and working, walking to work. Like, that's really good for the environment too. So that's all part of this plan, and we have a chance to accomplish a lot because it's such a big area of the city, 500 blocks.
Well, and you say that these would be the toughest rental protections in Canada. So what about beyond the corridor? I mean, are there plans to expand this to the rest of the city?
Yeah, I want to get through this vote first, but I think that if I can get agreement on this, then this is something we should definitely be looking at for all of Vancouver. This is a special corridor right now. We have an area plan that's being developed and will be approved. And then we have to look at, well, how can we extend this to the rest of the city? We have the Vancouver plan final decision coming up in, I think, next month. So that might be a perfect place for this to go.
Well, it's hitting the right notes for renters, I'm sure. And half the city is renters. So let's talk about the timing of this announcement. It's an election year. Are we going to see or hear more announcements like this as we get closer to Election Day?
Well, I mean, this council's been extremely busy, as everybody knows, and this is all about the Broadway plan that we've been working on for years and needs to come forward because it's tied to the investment in the subway that's well under construction now. The Vancouver plan was a decision the council made at the beginning of our term. It was the very first motion that was passed, and we made a commitment to make sure that we deal with this before our term ends in July. So that will be coming forward as well. You'll hear lots of stuff during elections, but for me, this isn't about the election. This is about doing the right thing for renters, and this is an excellent place to do this within the Broadway plan.
Mayor Stewart, we'll keep our eyes on the progress of this Broadway plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is Vancouver Mayor Kennedy Stewart talking about new rental protections that he has added to the proposal for the Broadway plan, yet to be voted on by Vancouver Council. This would affect those living along the Broadway corridor. Well, we are in the lead up to Mother's Day this week, and we're airing a special series called The Mother Load. And this is all about moms and their personal experiences over the last 2 years of COVID restrictions and social change. Our On the Coast intern, Alex Fuster, headed out to a local playground to find out how moms have been coping.
So what has it been like to be a mother over the last 2 years in the pandemic? It's been awesome. It's been awesome. Can you elaborate on that? Because I get to spend more time with my son. Oh yeah? What experiences stand out for you the most? Homeschooling. Homeschooling? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? It had good and bad points for sure. But you gotta find the bright side, right?
Absolutely. How are you feeling now? Are they back at school?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm glad he gets to be with his buddies and socialize, and summer's coming, so I think lots of things to be positive and thankful for.
Give you some time as well.
Yeah. Take a little bit of mom time. Yeah, you betcha.
Appreciate it. It was challenging, but we went through. Yeah, I think we got to spend more time with each other. You know, the children got more quality time, but it was challenging. Just especially for the children, like study from home was really difficult. I can imagine. Yeah. And were you home with them as well? Yes. Yeah. So working from home and then focusing on them, and they have no attention. Span of attention was too little. Yeah. How old are your kids? Well, so Ryan is here. He's 10 year, and Nishant is 9 year. So 2 boys, 9 and 10. Yeah. How has it been like the last 2 years of the pandemic? To be a mother?
Horrible. Little.
And for you? Horrible. I agree, yeah. How can you elaborate on what the difficulties were?
Well, with a very active kid at home, it was insane. So it was lack of support and lack of community was more.
Can I have some?
No, you cannot have that.
I want some. Yeah, that was yummy.
And just the last question here. How are you feeling now?
Much better than the spring is coming, and we're having warmer days. You can play more outside and have play days. So yeah.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
That was our intern Alex Fuster talking to moms at a Vancouver playground. And all week we're going to be airing our special series ahead of Mother's Day. It's called The Mother Load. Just after 5 o'clock today, we'll be talking about mom burnout. And we do want to hear from you. Are you a mom? How have you been coping through COVID? We're hearing a little bit of everything from the moms at the playground there. What about the highs, the lows? What got you through, or what's getting you through? You can send us an email on the coast at cbc.ca or call our talkback line 604-662-6979. Amy Bell is back with us now. Interesting to hear the variety of opinions there, Amy. Otherwise, this is great. I get to spend more time with my kids, or it's horrible. I feel alone. There's a lack of community. You know, a lot of people that just even a play date became impossible for a long time there.
And I think you can feel all those things in the same day, just depending on what's going on. So it's been a long haul for a lot of moms too.
Well, we are looking forward to hearing from more moms throughout this series. So please do send us an email or call our talkback line. And what are you watching on the roads this afternoon?
We are watching a crash now in Vancouver. It's southbound on Main between 6th and 7th, so expect some delays there. And just wrapping up a crash on Highway 1 eastbound near 248, but it is sluggish really from about that point through to about 264th. Very busy northbound for the Knight Street Bridge. Not sure if there's been an issue, but if you see one, call us at star pound 690. And just generally seeing a volume quite sluggish for all of the major routes so far. Back with another look, though, in about 10 minutes.
Amy, thank you very much. It is now 21 minutes past 3 o'clock, and a leaked draft document of a U.S. Supreme Court opinion is making global headlines today. It suggests the top court there may be about to strike down the nationwide legal right to abortion. Well, political scientist Nyambi Carter is following this story closely. She is a professor of political science at Howard University. Nyambi, hi there. Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
I am doing well. Can you take us through the text of the draft? And no, I don't mean in detail, but just in a nutshell. Where is this heading?
Well, in a nutshell, what the court has said is that they think the case was wrongly decided in the first place, that this matter of privacy is one that should be understood in terms of history and tradition, and you don't find it in the text of the Constitution anywhere, and I'm assuming lacking in history and tradition in the U.S., so that the extension of privacy into this domain was really an overreach by the court in the first place.
Well, and who signed this document?
Well, I think the usual suspects, the most conservative justices, Neil Gorsuch, Clarence Thomas, Amy Coney Barrett, and Brett Kavanaugh.
I see. And what about the president? What has U.S. President Joe Biden said in response to the possible overruling of Roe v. Wade?
Well, he said that there should be some legislative action, which is what the court essentially asked for. And he suggested there should be some sort of federal protection of abortion access for women. Now, if that's going to happen, I think is still, up in the air, given the very razor-thin margin that the Democrats enjoy in the Senate, and the fact that we have not seen, at least to this point, a coherent Democratic caucus united around one particular issue. Then you also have, the issue of the filibuster. And there is not a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate as of yet. So I think going that route will be very difficult. So I think they're setting the stage for what's going to happen or what's going to be talked about in much of the primary cycle.
Okay, so what are the arguments in the document?
The main argument is that this is an issue that should have been left to states, that people elect legislators, and that's the sort of source for any understanding that we should have around abortion protection, that the court itself was reading into the Constitution too broadly, because the Constitution does not explicitly state abortion as an arena of privacy. But of course, the concern there is that there are lots of things that are left out of the Constitution in terms of rights that we now enjoy. And does this open the door to then culling some of those rights? And certainly in the arena of privacy, there have been several landmark cases, not just Roe, that depend on the Supreme Court reading privacy to extend to people's bedrooms and to people's bodily integrity. So if this is the case that the court is suggesting, that privacy is something that needs to be affirmed by the states, then I think we're looking at a slippery slope here, and we will see reversals around gender, marriage equality and contraceptive usage, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow, we're already getting reaction from some of our listeners. Jari just sent us an email. She lives just across the border in Washington State, Orcas Island, and she writes, as a U.S. resident of a certain age, I am devastated to hear this news. We fought very hard for this right. I'm finding it very hard to believe that the same people who complain so much about wearing a mask or having a vaccine are the same ones who will gladly take away a woman's right to autonomy over her own body. I can only hope that common sense will prevail and that this will not happen. Again, that's Jari in Washington State on Orcas Island. So what would be the implications on the ground for women across the United States?
Well, there are already multiple states across the United States that have various sort of bans on women's access to abortion, everything from the time allowed to terminate. So Texas, for example, doesn't allow a woman to terminate a pregnancy beyond 6 weeks, to, pre-abortion counseling, and I'm using counseling very loosely, for teens, parental notification. So I think you would see the hastening of those kinds of actions across many states, and perhaps even, some more draconian extreme examples where women's health and, in cases of rape or incest, that women are not allowed those kinds of exceptions for abortion access. So I think you're going to see that probably most immediately. I'm sure there are a number of states that are already sort of readying legislation in preparation for this particular decision. And then, of course, I think both parties are going to go on a fundraising tear, because there are arguments for and against that people are finding very persuasive. But I will say the national consensus is that Roe v. Wade should be upheld by the court, and that the many of these, abortion bans or so-called abortion bans are undesirable. So this is not the general mood of America, but that's the court, right? The court doesn't have to speak to the general mood, and certainly that's why they're given these lifetime appointments and they're not elected.
Wow. Okay. So you talked a little bit about some strategizing on both sides. What in the more immediate future are you going to be watching for?
Well, I think there are going to be a number of protests. I mean, they're already here. They started late last night when this sort of news first broke by Politico. I also think what we're going to see most immediately is a number of different members of the House and Senate making individual statements. We've seen from President Barack Obama, but we've also seen a number of folks issuing statements. And I think we're going to see what the midterms are going to look like. I think this particular issue, which is already a divisive issue in the U.S., is really going to loom large. I mean, we're already in the presidential primaries, the midterm primary cycle. And so this issue is going to play out on both sides because, for example, Cuellar of Texas is the only pro-life Democrat currently serving. He is being challenged by a young Latina upstart. And I am certain this issue is going to be part of her attack on Cuellar. How could it not? And so I think these are the kinds of things that we're going to see most immediately.
Nyambi, thank you very much. We will be watching these next steps with great interest. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
That's Nyambi Carter, professor of political science at Howard University. And do stay with us. Coming up later this afternoon, we are going to get some local reaction to this news and look a little more closely at where Canada is when it comes to abortion access and abortion rights. That conversation right after the 4 o'clock news. And before we get to the 3:30 news, Amy Bell has got the latest traffic for us.
Yeah, just seeing that volume picking up a little bit more now for the North Shore bridges. We also still have this collision in Vancouver. It's at Main and, between 6th and 7th Avenue, mainly affecting southbound traffic. Just wrapping up the collision, eastbound Highway 1 near 248. That's been off to the shoulder the whole time, but it's causing a bit of a visual distraction and traffic generally building as you make your way sort of east from there through to about 264th, and very busy for the Richmond bridges already, especially northbound on the Knight Street Bridge. I'll have another look, though, coming up for the news.
Okay, thanks very much, Amy. Now, would you like to quit your job, maybe start a union at your workplace? If the answer is yes, you will likely be interested in hearing about the anti-work movement, how it started, how it's influencing working drives today.
This is CBC News from Vancouver. Good afternoon, I'm Robert Zimmerman. 3 BC men, including a fugitive, have been identified as victims of a plane crash this weekend in northwestern Ontario. As Matt Humphrey reports, one of the men was wanted for a gang killing in Thailand.
The small prop plane went down Saturday near Sioux Lookout in Ontario's Lake Country. It's not clear why the plane got into trouble. Today, police named Gene Larkamp of Trail as one of the victims. Last month, he was named as one of Canada's most wanted. Larkamp was suspected of killing BC gang member Jimmy Sandhu. Sandhu was gunned down in February in Phuket. Investigators say Larkamp and Matthew Dupre, who was arrested in February for Sandhu's killing, both fled Thailand for Canada after the shooting. Police have also named 2 other BC men who died in the crash, 26-year-old Abhinav Honda of Richmond and 37-year-old Duncan Bailey of Kamloops. A 4th victim has not been identified. Matt Humphrey, CBC News, Vancouver.
New numbers show toxic drugs have claimed more than 150 lives for the 18th consecutive month in BC. The coroner service says 165 people died in March. It's the second highest number of lives lost in the calendar month, but is 44 fewer than in January. BC is expanding use of the system it uses to issue alerts and warnings across the province. Beyond tsunami warnings and amber alerts, Alert Ready will also broadcast imminent threats of flooding. This past fall, the government was criticized for not warning Fraser Valley residents before devastating floods hit the Sumas Prairie. There's still no word on what sparked a fire that pushed hundreds of people from their Abbotsford homes. Flames and smoke quickly spread through the 4-story building this morning near Mount Lehman Road. It appears everybody managed to get out safely. The provincial government has committed millions of dollars to support people coming into BC. The money is to help Ukrainians fleeing the Russian invasion, but also other people needing help to resettle. Rafferty Baker has the details.
To many fleeing violence, our province and our people are a beacon of hope and a place of safety.
MLA Nathan Collins says the province is putting $15 million toward helping people seeking that safe place.
This one-time investment over 2 years will help ensure both our community partners and the vulnerable individuals seeking your services are better supported.
Collins, who is Minister of Municipal Affairs, says $12 million is going towards settlement and integrations programs for roughly 33,000 people. There's also $1 million for a refugee readiness fund. $1 million for community cultural organizations, and $1 million to expand the 211 helpline. The federal government has approved about 85,000 applications for Ukrainians to travel to Canada on temporary visas, and well over 100,000 more have applications pending. Cullen expects about 1 in 5 Ukrainians coming to Canada will choose to settle in BC. Rafferty Baker, CBC News, Vancouver.
New numbers show home sales in Metro Vancouver are slowing, but it seems to have had little impact on prices. Joel Ballard has the details.
Just over 3,200 homes were sold in April. That's a 34% drop from this time last year.
For the typical home buyer today, that means you have a little bit more time to make decisions, do your due diligence, a little bit more time to breathe, which hasn't really been the case for much of the last 18 months.
Craig Munn is with the Real Estate Board of Metro Vancouver. He says the sales are now on par with the 10-year average for April. Unfortunately, pricing hasn't followed the same downward trend.
We're not seeing much movement. They've been quite sticky in recent months.
Between March and April, there was a 1% pricing increase for all types of homes. And Munn says prices are up 18% over the last year. Still, sellers need to pay close attention, he says.
Yesterday's prices aren't today's prices, and so you need to assess the latest market trend and price your property correctly.
In April, the benchmark price for a detached home hit more than $2.1 million. Joel Ballard, CBC News, Coquitlam.
And the travel headaches at YVR have eased for now, but the airport authority says it is prepared in case of more massive lineups at security gates. Over the last few days, passengers missed flights and dealt with chaos at the Richmond terminals. YVR's Mike McNaney says a lack of staffing at the gates is to blame. Domestic travelers are being told to arrive 2 hours early and up to 3 hours for international flights. And that's the CBC News from Vancouver. For news anytime, go to our website at cbc.ca/BC.
Rob, thank you very much. You're listening to On the Coast on CBC Radio 1. Just ahead, the head of the Anglican Church apologized for the church's role in Canada's residential school system. We're going to hear what survivors think about it all. And has the pandemic changed your thinking about work? Do you contemplate whether you even want to work at all? We're going to have a discussion about the work, how it came about, and the impact it may have on future labor conditions. 24 minutes before 4 o'clock, a cloudy, showery afternoon, and Amy Beck is
actually has quite a bit of roads now. Alex here.
What is it? We actually have a lot of traffic in the rain. Yes, I was kind of more thinking about my 8.5 reports.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, that is certainly correct, because the thing that I'm looking at is not too much going on with the hotspots. If it's going on, it's going unreported. We just got this crash on Main Street, south on 7th in the right lane in Vancouver, and traffic lights out over in Surrey. That is just one issue, but it's causing a lot of volume delays at the intersection of Fraser Highway at 160. It's just the one issue here, but Fraser Highway westbound. Ooh, it's a mess. It's a mess. And traffic is getting up to 88th Avenue. Westbound, good idea. Eastbound, you're slow from 156 all the way on. And some heavy delays around it as well, like 156 southbound. 168 south is also very busy. And word is getting out. Traffic is getting over to 168 and 176, both southbound delays through here. It's usually busy through the area. We work our way away from that, and we just want to allude that, yeah, Ian is right when he says that there's a lot of volume delays through the area. Northbound delays south end of the Ninth Street Bridge. Eastbound delays east-west connector. A little worse than usual for the George Massey Tunnel northbound today. And what is this? Look, Ladner Trunk Road, eastbound in front of 96th Avenue. There's an intersection through here around that overpass as well. Seeing a weird delay through that one. Other than that, big delays for the Upper Levels Highway, eastbound from Lonsdale to the north end of it. More eastbound delays working your way up to First Avenue. That's not too unusual, as Tom Jones once saying. And Highway 1 eastbound, also a little slow, 248 up to about 264. Actually, I think it was one more over in Abbotsford. Double trouble on Fraser Highway, east and west by Bradner. Road work is expected. East and west by Mount Lehman. Road work is expected. Once again, and as always, anything weird going on in your neighborhood, it may be going unreported. So give me a safe, hands-free phone call at pound 730.
Thank you very much, Alex. Let's go to the traffic center now. And welcome back, Jeremy Tubbs.
In downtown Vancouver, watch out for intermittent closures on Comox for some ongoing upgrades between Cardero and Bidwell weekdays until the end of June. And there's some ongoing construction along Drake, and it's closed to all but local traffic between Burrard and Hornby. Visit Mr. Lou from May 6th to 8th, and $2 from every oil change will go towards the MS Society of Canada. Take care of your car and people living with MS. No appointment needed. In the AM 730 Traffic Center, I'm Jeremy Tubbs.
AM 730. Now the current conditions of BC Ferries.
Bottom line, everything's running on time, no sailing waits. We're all good at the ferries. Let's move on.
Now, the AM 730 BCAA Travel Insurance Water Report.
20 minutes for the truck lane at Pack Highway southbound, 20 minutes for Sumas southbound. No other lineups to tell you about southbound. And then coming back into Canada for the northbound crossings. So I don't see any lineups here either. 5 to 10 minutes all across the board. We'll do that bridge and tunnel report next in 30 seconds. Wet roads, slow down, get your headlights, tail lights on, and a lot of congestion. Talk about that in just a moment.
British Columbia's federal electoral districts for election of members to the House of Commons are being adjusted. British Columbia will have one more riding. The Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for British Columbia has published its proposal for the new boundaries and would like your input. You can submit written feedback or attend public hearings on the proposal between now and October 3rd. The Commission welcomes your say. To find out more, visit redistribution2022.ca.
All right, let's get a look now at them bridges, tunnels, and major routes. We begin in downtown Vancouver. The Burrard and the Granville Street bridges look pretty good. The Canby Street Bridge, not much. Roadwork causing heavy delays both directions, Canby and Broadway, so expect delays there. Dunsmuir, Georgia Viaduct's fine. Lionsgate Bridge, well, 2 lanes northbound looks good. 1 lane southbound, not so much. Very heavily backed up now from Taylor Way down the road, or down the hill there, and Marine Drive past that Park Royal stretch, also jamming up through the loop out of North Van. So lots of congestion trying to get on the Lionsgate now. Wet roads not doing anybody any favors. Just slow down, drive those conditions. It's going to make for a slow crawl at pretty much all of the heavy volume sites. Eastbound Highway 1 from 15th Street and West Van all the way into North Van past Camp Road is slow moving, and then it is really slow moving from Lonsdale down the cut towards the Ironworkers southbound. Get off the bridge, still congestion, but moving maybe a little bit more steadily eastbound for Highway 1 from the Cassier down through into Burnaby. By the time you're west of Wellington, it finally starts to space out. Doesn't look too bad through the Burnaby Lake stretch and into Coquitlam now. A lot of heavy volume for the Ninth Street Bridge northbound. Southbound, not terrible though. Oak Street Bridge looking like a much better option if you're heading into Vancouver from Richmond. Northbound delays fairly minor. Southbound Oak slow from Park, and the Arthur Lang good both ways. Highway 99 through Richmond's clear. Massive tunnel, 3 lanes southbound, and no delays at all for the tunnel southbound. It's a real breeze just backing up on Steveston Highway through Ironwood. And northbound only 1 lane, so it's heavily backed up from before the 17A, pretty much from Delta Works here and seeing congestion. Leaving Delta, normal stuff there for 340 on a weekday. East-west connector heavily congested in Richmond. Another typical merge volume delay here at the number 6 road merge. Then once you're west of number 7, it's doing all right, fairly clear on the way to the Alex Fraser. Alex Fraser moved very clearly both ways, actually. Queensboro Bridge steady northbound, southbound, not too bad. Busiest feeder route out of New West is 20th. Patillo, clear here. Highway 17 eastbound, very busy approaching Old Yale in Surrey. Front Street eastbound, also very busy eastbound approaching East Columbia on the New West side. Port Man's wide open. Highway 1 through the Fraser Valley. Just seeing a big volume slow down eastbound at 248th and continuing past 264th. Westbound also slow at 264th. That's merge volume. Fraser Highway, a couple of areas to watch out for. Lights still out. Fraser Highway 160th, very long lineups east and westbound there. Heavy congestion through the Langley Township area too, as people avoid earlier issues with the highway. And Fraser Highway at Bragg are very heavy congestion both ways due to road work, especially westbound. And Fraser Highway at Mount Lehman too, another area where it's busy. Fish Bridge, Golden Ears Bridge, Pitt River Bridge, they're doing okay. We got the rest of the traffic hotspots coming up in 1 minute.
What a mess! I wish these pigeons would just go away. Call in Westside Pest Control and keep the birds off your building for good. Contact their team of humane bird control experts for a free quote. WestsidePestControl.com.
New Tim's Loaded Wraps are packed with delicious ingredients like tasty grains, slow-cooked or crispy seasoned chicken, and our delicious habanero or cilantro lime sauce. Deliciously satisfying. New Tim's Loaded Wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada.
Join the Alzheimer's Society of
BC on Sunday, May 29th for the IG Wealth Management Walk for Alzheimer's. Register and fundraise at walkforalzheimers.ca. Who will you walk for?
You're listening to AM 730. Hi, it's Jazz Johal, and once you're all caught up on traffic, head on over to the 980 CKNW. It's more than news, it's context, perspective, opinion on the day's top stories. Check it out, the Jazz Johal Show on 980 CKNW.
AM 730 on traffic all the time. No other station has traffic news on demand, on air, streaming online, and on Twitter. AM 730 has you covered.
Welcome back. I'm Ian Hardacre, 10 degrees in the rain in Metro Vancouver. Take it easy, get them headlights and taillights on, please. You gotta be so careful out there on a day like today. We've already seen plenty of issues because of the wet roads, and so we had another one that just came in Langley here in the last couple of minutes. Let's get a full rundown of those traffic hotspots now. For that, we're going to welcome back Alex Kerrigan.
Yeah, well, I mean, that we definitely opened the floodgates, so to speak, here, Ian, mentioning that if there's anything going on, it's going unreported, and I appreciate the calls so much. Be okay with a voicemail, lots of people were, and that's why we have more issues to talk about here. And again, as Ian was alluding to, the new issue is a car in the ditch in Langley. A lot of calls about this. Thank you for all of them. It's on Highway 1. This is, in fact, westbound at 264. 2 vehicles involved. 1 vehicle at the left lane blocked off. The other vehicle, unfortunately, found itself in the ditch. So westbound delays are accelerating. Well, they're not the opposite of accelerating. Westbound is getting pushed back to about 272nd right now. Hard to use that as a visual identifier, but westbound, you're very slow leading up to this one. I mean, you're great after it, but the left lane blocked off at the front of that line, and crews are going to be showing up to pull that thing out of a ditch, so it'll get worse before it gets better. Eastbound delays are expected. I don't think it's related, but you're still from 248 to 264, perhaps a visual distraction as well. Surrey, traffic lights are out at the intersection of Fraser Highway at 160th. Lots of calls coming in on this one, and Fraser Highway is a mess through Surrey. You're still from 152nd all the way up to 160th, going eastbound. Westbound delays from before 164th all the way onto that one. Skip it if you can. Some very heavy delays through this one. Seems that a stalled vehicle also happened on 152nd northbound at 82nd. And this one should have the right lane blocked off. It might have happened a bit closer to 84th Avenue. That's where delays really start to open up. But the point is 152nd is also getting pushed back just past the golf course out here. And it's the right lane blocked off. In Vancouver, a crash on Main Street southbound 47 does the right lane blocked off. Heads up for that one. North Vancouver, work being done at the intersection of Larson at Bewick. That is why you are slow on Westview South, or if you were slow on Westview southbound, they may have wrapped up for the day. Over to Abbotsford, Fraser Highway at Radnor, all directions impacted. Fraser Highway at Mount Lehman, more roadwork, big eastbound delays, and roadwork in Langley, 16th Avenue at 232nd, single lane alternating traffic. Anything else going on, let me know hands-free at pound 730.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. Let's go back to the traffic center and welcome back Jeremy Tubbs.
In Burnaby, you got a gas line construction south of Lougheed near Winston Street and around the south end of Burnaby Lake, and more gas line construction along Lakefield Drive with lane restrictions between Nursery and Elwell. Visit Mr. Lou from May 6th to 8th, and $2 from every oil change will go towards the MS Society of Canada. Take care of your car and people living with MS. No appointment needed. In the AM 730 Traffic Center, I'm Jeremy Tubbs.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. We're going to do the Bridge and Tunnel report next in 30 seconds.
Here's another knowledge bite with Dr. Bobby Birdie from BC Perio Dental Health and Implant Center.
Losing your tooth can be a tough experience. In dentistry, we have multiple ways for us to replace teeth, whether it be a bridge, a partial denture, or a dental implant. A dental implant's the only option which is going to keep your bone and tissues around, and it's like having a real tooth.
Find out more about this and how Dr. Birdie can change your smile and your life in just one day. Book your consultation at bcperio.ca.
All right, let's go look now at the bridges and tunnels and major routes. I'm Ian Hardacre. Looking at the Burrard, Granville, and Cambie Street bridges right now, I'm not actually seeing a whole ton to be concerned about. I think we're moving okay for all three of those spans. Into and out of downtown, the one thing to be aware of is south of the Cambie Street Bridge. They do have the usual road work that really does cause a lot of congestion for north and southbound traffic at Canby and Broadway. So, of course, continue to expect those delays there. Lionsgate Bridge, well, it's a busy one as you're trying to make your way off the North Shore for sure. Seeing very heavy congestion out of westbound, especially Taylor Way jamming up down the hill, Marine Drive. Also busy to north and west bend. They do have 2 lanes open northbound for the Lionsgate, so out of downtown, it's a breeze right now. Upper levels still quite busy for eastbound traffic here. Yeah, starts to slow down well before Taylor Way and then continuing into North Van. And then it gets very heavy for eastbound traffic on the North Shore between Westview and pretty much the Ironworkers, but quite heavy between Westview and Lonsdale, and then again down the cut, approaching the Ironworkers. Highway 1 through Vancouver and Burnaby continues to be quite busy as you head through that stretch. Highway 1, by the time you're west of Willingdon, it starts to move up a little bit better, and then west of Kensington, a lot clearer on the highway eastbound. 9th Street Bridge, very heavy northbound, tons of volume from the 91. Southbound, not too bad. East-west connector, of course, also very heavy eastbound as the usual volume delays happen at that number 6 road merge. Oak Street Bridge, northbound looks good. 1 lane southbound, Oak Street Bridge looks good northbound. Southbound Oak Street, busy from 59th now, approaching 70th. Arthur Lang, steady both ways. 99 through Richmond looks totally clear now. Massive Tunnel's got counterflow in, so it's 3 lanes south, 1 lane north, very heavily backed up. Out of Delta, though, from the Delta Works yard. Alex Fraser, pretty clear both ways. Doesn't look half bad at the Alex Fraser. Queensboro steady for the 91A from before House, southbound. Still a lot of volume coming off 20th at a New West and 6th at Stewartson, seeing congestion too. Marine Way, not too bad coming out of Burnaby. Pattullo Bridge, moving steadily both ways, but Highway 17, very slow eastbound, approaching Old Yale and Surrey. Usual congestion delays at the lights there. Port Man's starting to see some volume bunch up a little bit in those through lanes. Had some garbage spilled earlier on the Port Man in the through lanes. Sounds like crews are working to clear that up. The left lane's blocked, so a little bit of a delay now getting on the Port Man eastbound. Once you get past that, though, clear sailing through Surrey. Different story through Langley, though. Busy eastbound from 248th up past 264th, and now getting quite heavily congested westbound at 264th here, too. That's just volume. Mission Bridge, Golden Ears Bridge, Pitt River Bridge, all fairly standard for now. Maryhill Bypass, getting quite busy eastbound and westbound between Shaughnessy and Pitt River. Low heat through the Tri-Cities and Barnett, not doing too badly. Don't forget, biggest issue probably anywhere on the roads right now. There is the traffic lights out at Fraser Highway and 160th and Surrey. Very heavy congestion on Fraser Highway both ways there. Oh, and I should mention this too. We did have a car in the ditch in Langley, Highway 1 westbound at 264th. Left lane blocked there. That is also why traffic is very heavily congested in the Langley coming out of Abbotsford. Anything else? Tell us about it. Hands-free, pound 730. Yvonne Shell's coming up in 30 seconds with the weather.
Kick back with a cold one from the Clydesdale Inn Beer, Wine, and Liquor Store. Open every day from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., the Clydesdale Inn is still stocking all of your favorites at the best prices in town. Check out the daily liquor store specials, then get them delivered to your door using Skip the Dishes or Uber Eats. The Clydesdale Inn Beer, Wine, and Liquor Store. Open every day from 7 to 11 on the corner of Highway 10 at 176 A Street, Cloverdale.
Good afternoon, I'm Yvonne Shell in the Global Sky Tracker Weather Center. Cool and unsettled across Metro Vancouver. We'll hang on to cloud cover and a chance of showers, and temperatures today just bumping up to 13 as a daytime high. Heavier rainfall is going to pick up towards this evening. We'll see it in towards the morning hours on Wednesday. Highs will climb up to 13 for tomorrow. Should taper off slightly with just a chance of showers through the afternoon, and then it picks up with another wave of rain and heavy at times, taking us in towards our Thursday. Similar on Thursday, Friday, both days with rainfall and cool. Highs just between 10 and 11 degrees. Average for this time of the year sits at 16, and overnight lows between 7 and 8 degrees. For the start of the weekend, it's still a few days out. We could be tracking rainfall with highs up to 11 degrees.
Take it easy on the roads out there. Lots in the hotspots list, probably caused by people driving too fast on the wet roads. But let's take a break. Hotspots on the way. First, though, let's get an update from the traffic center with Jeremy Tubbs.
In Delta, got overnight lane closures for construction on Highway 17 near River Road with single-lane traffic and crews and flaggers on scene from 8 p.m. till 5 a.m. 7 days a week. And also watch out for intermittent lane closures and delays during the overnight hours both ways on Highway 99 north of Ladder Trunk Road towards the Massey Tunnel. The gold standard is one thing, but Craftsman Collision sets the aluminum standard by being Ford Aluminum certified at all 43 locations. Craftsman Collision, air miles and bigger smiles at the AM 730 Traffic Center. I'm Jeremy Tubbs.
Let's stop missing opportunities to smile. I'm Dr. Ed Wong from Apple Dental Implant Centers. You deserve to smile, and we're here to help with dental implants starting at less than $1,000, convenient locations across the Lower Mainland, and an experienced team including certified specialists. Change your smile, change your life.
Start the conversation today. Visit appledentalimplants.com. That's appledentalimplants.com.
It's funny, isn't it? How we call them small businesses. But if there's one thing we've learned over the last year, it's that the small things in life, like an after-work drink at your favorite pub, or the coffee shop that knows your order by heart, or even just getting your hair cut once in a while, are a pretty big deal after all. At Shaw Business, we're proud to connect you because you connect us. Visit business.shaw.ca to get brighter deals for brighter days. Shaw Business, brighter together.
DQ presents the sound of a winning summer lineup. Leading off, the promising rookie new Oreo Dirt Pie. On deck, the fan favorite Girl Guides Chocolatey Mint Cookie. Summer standouts, Drumstick with peanuts and cotton candy. And batting cleanup, it's you with your red spoon and 6 Summer Blizzard flavors. All part of the new DQ Summer Blizzard menu. Get it delivered at dq.ca. DQ? Happy tastes good.
Hi, I'm Gord Howie, CEO of Coast Appliances, and I'm
What do you do all day, Grandpa?
I make life easy for Canadians by offering the best appliance experience possible.
Appliances?
You know, ovens, stoves, washers, dryers, dishwasher, refrigerators.
Don't you sell cats?
No cats.
Dogs?
Nope. We're appliance experts, so appliances are always out.
But I wanted a puppy.
For expert advice and the best prices on the top brand name appliances, think Coast first. Visit our Coast Appliances showrooms in Vancouver, North Vancouver, Coquitlam, Abbotsford, and Surrey.
This is AM 730. All traffic, all the time. Vancouver's traffic and information station. Now, here's Ian Hardacre.
355, 9 degrees. I am Ian Hardacre. Get you a quick look at the ferries and borders in a moment. Spoiler alert, not a whole lot is happening on either one. First, let's see the hotspots. Langley, you got that car that went into the ditch, Highway 1 westbound at 264th. Left lane blocked there. Traffic lights out the Surrey intersection of Fraser, Highway 160th. Very heavy congestion there. Got to use the always stop procedure. Looking for more info. Heard about a stall 152nd northbound at 84th. That's still there in the right lane. Update please for pound 730 on that. And also a stall on 176th in Surrey northbound before 96th in the right lane. Crash in Vancouver, Mount Pleasant area, Main and 7th southbound right lane blocks. Might have just cleared this. Crews are picking up garbage on the port and eastbound at the west end. The left through lane was blocked. Volume not so bad here. I think they're done with that. Police incidents in Delta. 70th closed both ways between Scott Road and Nicholson. And very, very heavy congestion in Abbotsford at Bradner and Fraser Highway. Also Mount Weeman at Fraser Highway 2 because of road work. Anything else? Pound 730. Those ferries and borders in a moment. First, let's get an update from the traffic center with Jeremy Tubbs.
In Langley, there's overnight road work in Langley along Highway 1 between 208th and 264th Street. Watch for crews and players on scene and intermittent closures both ways from 8 p.m. till 5 p.m. until the end of June. And in Surrey, watch for water main work along 88th Avenue from 124th Street to Scott Road with crews on scene daily and lane closures as well. Is this the year for an air conditioner? Call on Reliance for a great AC deal. They're available to take your call 24/7. Call on Reliance. In the AM 730 Traffic Center, it's Jeremy Tubbs.
AM 730. Now the current conditions of BC ferries.
I don't think we need to waste time going through every one of these individually. There are no sailing weights and everything is running on time. Fairly flying ferries today, so let's move on.
Now, the AM 730 BCAA Travel Insurance Water Report.
20 minutes southbound for the truck lane at Pack Highway. No more than 5 to 10 for the rest of the crossings. On your way stateside, coming back into Canada, no more than 5 to 10 minutes. For any of the northbound crossings except for Sumas, and even that's only about 15 minutes at the moment.
The AM 730 Border Report.
Driven by BCAA. In case of a flat tire, locked keys, and more, BCAA is only a click away. Join today at bcaa.com.
All right, let's do a quick rundown of the bridges and tunnels and major routes before the top of the hour. very wet out there. Slow down, drive to those conditions, get your headlights and taillights on. All that stuff is going to keep you safe. Brake early, maintain a space cushion around your vehicle and everybody else. Don't rush. Got to accelerate and brake slowly. I shouldn't have to tell you this, but you know there's people that need to hear. Nobody listening to AM 730, of course, though. We're all great drivers. Burrard, Granville Street bridges, both looking fine. Candy Street Bridge, heavy congestion southbound approaching Broadway because of road work. Viaducts look good into and out of downtown for Dunsmuir, Georgia. Lionsgate, I think they did a lane switch here. 2 lanes southbound, now 1 lane north. Moving okay into downtown. Slow from Denman, but still backing up on a westbound. Taylor Way really jammed down the hill right now from Inglewood. Marine Drive also busy both ways at a north and west van. Upper levels still heavy congestion heading into north van from Taylor Way, and then really slow from Westview past Lynn Valley. Still busy down the cut towards the Ironworkers. Still very heavy congestion for Highway 1 westbound through Vancouver and into Burnaby too. It's west of Kensington that things start to clear up. Very busy northbound for the Knighton Street Bridge and southbound for the Oak Street Bridge, and also northbound for the Arthur Lang at Marine Drive, both exits. East-west connector jamming up eastbound at number 6 Road. Tunnel busy northbound with 1 lane in, 3 lanes south. You look good. Alex Fraser looking great. Steady volume for the 91A northbound, fairly busy here. Southbound busiest feeder at New West 20th. And Patello's doing okay, so's Port Man. Highway 1 through the valley, eastbound. Little volume near 264th and westbound, a whole lot more because of a car in the ditch at 264th, left lane blocked. Heavy congestion out of Abbotsford into Langley there. Mission Bridge, Golden Ears Bridge, Pitt River Bridge, fine. We'll be right back. More hot spots in just 1 minute.
Jack's Beer, Wine, Spirits is a proud sponsor of the Vancouver Whitecaps halftime show on AM 730. Sharing a passion for people and spirits, Jack's provides a unique selection of products and an unmatched in-store experience. Visit JAKS.com.
CHMJ is AM 730, Vancouver's exclusive traffic information station.
AM 730, on traffic all the time.
Prefer paying with debit but still want the points? Here's how Katrina made a better choice and earned big with her everyday spending account.
I get points on every dollar when I shop. Last year I earned $860,000. This year I'm going for $1 million. I'm super freaking excited.
I'm super freaking excited too. From no monthly fee banking to rewards you can get excited about. The PC Money account is just one way we make every day better.
For a limited time, earn up to 300,000 points in welcome offers. Conditions apply. Visit pcfinancial.ca/getpoints to learn more.
Worried about warts, pre-skin cancer, age spots, skin tags, spider veins, or skin lesions? Visit whiterocklaserclinic.com. Guaranteed results with 20 years in business. For a free consultation, call 604-535-8555 on George Street in White Rock.
AM 730, on traffic all the time.
This city needs a great traffic station, and AM 730 is here for you.
One minute after 4, 9 degrees outside. Get those headlights and taillights on. Please slow down as you work your way to the lower mainland. And be aware that if it's raining anywhere where you are driving, then conditions are not ideal. Therefore, do not drive as if conditions are ideal. Slow down. Slow down. Calm down. Take a breath here. You know what? Me too. Me too. Because we just got a lot of calls right now. One thing they don't tell you about this job, Ian Hardiker, is actually I got these de-stress gummies back there.
Yeah, that's why we make do those things today, because not every other day. Now, her, you're angry. Oh yeah, right. I remember. I took like 10 times to that. It was a big, fucking idiot. You know, the fucking loser. I remember. I know the computer set up yet. What I do, you know, I can give you the opportunity to talk every day. Yeah, all the stuff gets checked. That's what we want to do. Why is it all just like faded away after why is it that that's all the reason case. We wouldn't have to split up. He's on our land anyways, so it tells you that. go back to work.
These chickens really good. Disgusting.
I never liberal it's healthy food with live cells in it. It's what it's all like the cells of the chicken. And then they use it. Bruh. Because they just in the country. You know about that shit? If you want to watch me, this thing is up the dream. There are basically going to like 80 weddings. That's good. But we were talking. As a quarter of it. Look at the COVID Haley because of the white people. Yeah, but the else. No good. Look where you still stand there, bitch. You go and fucking lose. It really feels so sick that you're standing there and fucking you probably stop being fucking stupid ass shit. I mean, pick that up and do something with it or shut the fuck up. I'm not really worried for the shit. I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm sure it's not problems and then you just get the fuck out of it. You're just fucking in your life. You're just fucking trying to stop it. You're just stupid. No, I won't jack off. I won't fucking involve you for any second. You'll fuck off. That's it. Oops. Retrospect.